Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do, chat? Hello? 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 How have you guys been? Died with Zuck having 50 HP remaining in Inferno. What'd you die to? Running out of supplies? Tanking a Zuck hit? What happened? Zuck hit? Aware. That's what. Also, my game is still in French. My bad. I didn't mean to. Yeah, like when I did my Inferno yesterday, I went into it not knowing how Zuck works. And so I ended up getting hit a lot, but for some reason Zuck was nice to me. I only got hit over 100 a single time, and I was at 125 HP because of anglers. So, anyways, yo. Wait. Yeah. Yo. UID review me king. Yeah, I will actually do UID reviews today. I'm not lying. Also, I'm starting to feel like I look weird without glasses. Is it just me? What do you guys think? Those of you that have been here a lot lately, what do you think about the no glasses versus with glasses Zajef look? The glasses make you look more sophisticated, I see. Especially if I keep them on the tip of my nose like that, huh? True. Glasses make your Excel content look more serious, true. I'm starting to feel the OSRS burnout. I will say. I feel like I don't really have things to work towards anymore. I ended up achieving most of my goals. Like, pretty much all that's left is getting the T-bow and Shadow, doing TOB stuff, and maxing. But, like, I'm at the point where I'm almost out of AFK stuff to do for maxing. Like, if you look at my stats, I'm 97 mining, you know? And once I hit 99 mining, I don't have a single AFK-able skill anymore. Which is kind of crazy. I guess, technically, I can AFK Herblore by... I can AFK Herblore by going to the Karambwan fishing spot. Like, technically that's Herblore XP. But I have so much banked Herblore XP, so yeah. And then there's Getting Dragon, but Getting Dragon is like... It's so much. So much work. But I guess... The main thing that's preventing me from feeling like Dragon is in my reach right now is that I haven't done any TOB. And I want to wait until Nick wants to do it with me. But I don't know when that'll happen. Also, I just remembered, I did say UID reviews in the title, but I think I want to do this today. So I don't know if we will do UID reviews, because I wanna make sure I have enough time for this. It's short? Okay, if it's short, then never mind. We'll have time for UID reviews. But if it's not short, if you've lied to me, you're gonna get banned. Banned. Wait, also, I haven't seen this. And I'm actually really excited for this. I don't know how I managed to go... I don't know how I managed to go 2 days without looking at it. But let's take a look.
On the floor lies a tome, covered in blood, titled Top Ways to Conquer the Spire. You find this manuscript highly suspicious because it's covered in blood. You read the book, covering your hands in blood.
Whoa, that's too fast, Okay, whoa. Okay. So, it looks like there are some cards coming back. I'm assuming this Rampage is the same as the Rampage in STS1. And Bash definitely seems the same. It's interesting that there's 2 zero-cost cards. I wonder if it's gonna be less energy focused in STS2. I wonder if the boss relics are gonna be less energy focused, and there's gonna be more stuff like Sacred Bark. Oh, this is Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire 2 official gameplay trailer. Deal 4 damage, deal 2 additional damage for each vulnerable on the enemy. Oh my, wait, that's sick. At the start of your turn, put a random attack from your discard pile into your hand and upgrade it. That's kind of cool, okay. Wonder how this works with I wonder if this does anything if all the attacks in your discard pile are already upgraded. Like, I wonder if it can only target unupgraded attacks. Deal 15 damage, exhaust the top 2 cards in your draw pile. That's really cool, for sure. Holy! Whoa, wait, okay, so that's one of the new characters. It looks like it has summons. Interesting. Apply Doom. Is that a big louse? Holy fuck! There's a louse boss. That's crazy. Actually, that looks like an elite, not a boss. Yo-ho! Ho-ho! Sorry. Wait, those are so cool. Shivs now hit all enemies? Wait, that's so sick! Wait, what was that Ironclad power? Whenever you draw a card containing strike, it is played against... What the fuck?! What?! There is no once per turn on this. What? That is wrong. That can't be right. I guess they're probably gonna remove Pommel Strike then. That's crazy. Ironclad, Silent, Necrobat. And question mark? Okay. Holy fuck. Wait, that does go hard. Holy shit. Okay. I was worried for a second there. Okay. That's dude, I'm actually so hyped. Holy fuck. Chat, you want to know what the best news in this trailer is? Watcher's not coming back. Let's fucking go! Let's go! Let's go! Good riddance! You're a Watcher hater? Yeah. Because Watcher is the character that it takes the longest to, like, get a feel for. But once you do, it's, like, so trivial to win runs. So, like, it's not fun for people that suck because it's intimidating as hell compared to every other character. But it's also not fun for people that are good because it's too easy. Like, who is the Watcher for? Anyways. Okay. Let's get to the best part of the stream. The moment you've all been waiting for. Stare! Pound! Zilch! Drawl! Drool? Okay. It should have been drawl. Drawl is a better word than drool, in my humble opinion, but oh well. Oh no, it's a Midi today! Fuck, okay. Long-time Taco Bell slogan. Live, I don't know. Maybe it's ass, because apparently Taco Bell makes you, like, have diarrhea. I don't know. I've never really had Taco Bell. There's never been a Taco Bell, like, near me. I don't know. A jockey's garb. Is there a name for what jockeys wear? Abso-free. Okay. Antlered animal at Yellowstone National Park. Elk, perhaps? I don't know if it's elk. I don't know the names of, like, all the fucking antlered fucks in English. I know a lot of them in French, but I never learned them in English. Oh well. 20-sided die for tabletop game. There's no way it's D20. Because that would mean that there's a 2 and a 0 here. That, like, it can't be. Like, there's no way there's numbers in this. Like, it can't be. So I'll hold off on this one. Bordeaux or Burgundy? It's not wine. Red wine, perhaps? That's a good guess. I think that's a good guess. Because I wasn't aware of there being a wine called Burgundy, but if there is a wine called Burgundy, it's probably fucking red. Green additive to the Chicago River on St. Patrick's Day. I don't know. Chewy chocolate bite in a yellow box. What? In a yellow box? 100%. All, perhaps? Probably? Take a great leap of faith. 10 is great. Monica with a palindromic surname. I mean, I don't know. But if it's a palindrome, this is an E. If assuming this is red wine. River that meanders through Paris. 10. True. Blank Majesty hidden track on the Beatles Abbey Road. I'm gonna guess this is supposed to be Her Majesty. Which would imply that this abso-freaking-lutely is supposed to be hell yes. Most likely. This could be C, perhaps? But I'm not sure. Die. C. Yeah, okay. 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 Path? Not sure. Dude, what the fuck could this slogan be? Maybe this is die? Perhaps? Is this Milk Duds? It might be. Okay. Wait, we're making some progress here. Way? Suave? Then this would be an S because it's apparently a palindrome. Live? Man? No, but this has to be skydive? Live Mas? What the fuck is that? Live what? Mas is Spanish for more. And what's live Spanish for? Or are they just trying to be funny with that one? Oh well, we got it. We got it done. This was actually a good MIDI. This is the first MIDI that I've done, and I'm like, yeah, this was a good one. I didn't know they called them silks. That's good to know, I guess. And I don't know who this tennis great is, but I mean, cool, I guess. I don't know if you eat from Taco Bell, you'll die quicker, so it's kind of oxymoronic. Real. Alright. Let's do the connections. What do we got today? Going, soul, real, butter, fluke, sold, diva, sol, once, solo, tang, yawn, pound, twice, world, mullet. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. Oh no, my star despawned. What am I gonna do? Is there another star anywhere? Silo Village Gem Mine 408. So pound and yuan I think are currencies. But I'm not aware of any currencies other than those two in here. So if I had to guess, it'd probably be the words that I just don't feel could be other things than currencies. Maybe this? I don't know. No, maybe, I'll come back to this one later. Mullet? No. Soul? So, like, is this supposed to be... Real? I don't know, chat. I don't know. World. Butter. What the fuck does butter have with anything else here? Things that are food? Butter? Soul? World. World Cup? Buttercup? No. Fuck, I don't know, chat. I don't know. I'm not a knower. It could be solo cup, perhaps? Isn't that what you call the fucking red cups or some shit? I don't fucking know. But I feel like I've heard solo cup before. Pound cup, that sounds wrong. Real cup, that sounds wrong. Okay, so it's not Yuan. It could be Soul Cup. It could be Diva Cup. It could be... I don't know. Maybe. I feel like it's one of these three. Okay. It is Cup. Okay! Holy shit. Okay, how do I not have the yellow, by the way? We can, okay, let's think, let's go, let's think about currencies again. Now that we've ruled out a lot of random shit. Mullet and Fluke cannot be currencies, and Soul probably isn't either. But Soul could be. And Tang, maybe? Okay. One away. I'll take it. Mullet cannot be a currency. Soul cannot be... But none of these words could be currencies. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Chat? I'm asking for a friend here, okay? If there's a connection with a word that's borrowed from another language that's supposed to have an accent in the connections, do you guys think they would put the accent in there? Or would they just pretend like it doesn't exist? Fish? Okay. How is this the yellow, by the way? How the fuck is this the yellow? This is by far the hardest of them. I knew Soul, I didn't know any of these other fish. What the fuck, dude? That's completely fucked up. That is completely fucked up. Ew! What did they do to my 7 TV? What the fuck is this? That's disgusting! Ew! Oh. Ugh. Ew. Anyways, let's do the most important one of them all. Kaya. It's a cryo character released not long after Kaya, but not from Mondstadt. What? I think it can only be Ganyu, right? Yeah. Okay. 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 Oh ho! And here I thought you'd ask me to perform some magic with these materials. What the? Who the fuck speaks like this? Okay. Okay, I want to get this out of the way, okay? This is the most villainous coded line I have ever seen in my life. Okay? It's the word "oho" is it's so villainous coded. I have no clue. Kind of looks like a thingy. Oh, that's Lila, right? It's not. Fuck. Wait, what is that then? Wait, what is that? Is that a plunge attack? I thought that was Lila's, like, thingy. No, it's not a plunge attack. It's definitely something that makes things fall. It could be Ganyu, I guess. It is Ganyu. Okay. We got 2 Ganyus today. That's crazy. Bald! It wasn't bald. .0 fire. Who the fuck else is 1.0 fire? Himeko? Yeah. Yo. There are countless weapons sharper than mine, but after 1,000 clashes, what does it matter? I got it. I'm so glad I got it. Holy fuck. I did not know this voice line. I just figured Blade's sword looks kind of dull. So maybe it's that one. Holy fuck. What is that? That looks like those, like, paper thingies in what do you call it, dude? Like the things that like in I don't even know what mythology it is, actually. But like they use like little guys like on paper, and like it's like a row of little people like on paper. Yeah, paper talismans, like those things. You know what I mean, chat. Who would have those kinds of things? It's probably one of those characters from the Halloween event, then. No? It was. Dude, I'm actually the GOAT. I'm actually the GOAT. Okay. That, dude, okay. Like, that's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. Ben! It wasn't Ben. Wait, is it Anton or Grace that has the same weekly boss as Ben? I think it's Anton. Yeah. Yo. And Grace is different. Alright. Insane poggers. Okay, I kind of want to watch TGS's video today. Is Mavuika actually better than Xiangling? The answer to that is probably yes. Probably. But someone in chat earlier said that I should watch the gauge section of the latest Daily Dose video or some shit like that. Which video is that? I don't think it's a Daily Dose video because the most recent video we've already watched. Sweet Ox? I see. Wait, but that's 3 days ago. Are you sure that's the one?
What are you drinking? Just come. All coming was photo. Welcome in, human. Wait, when I kill this guy, does he fucking come ice? I was foretold that you were coming. Wait, really? Who told you? Oh, I see how this works. Yeah, you get your fucking cum drink. Can we just go together? Can we just like come? My coming was foretold. Oh, it's all coming out now. Oh, it's all coming out now. I was like, I feel the eye coming. I feel the eye. We're gonna come for Sunday. It's all coming out now. Guys, fucking coming. You're coming. We're gonna come. Fucking landed in a puddle of cum. I will literally drink fucking cum on camera. The temple of wisdom.
Why is there 6 minutes of noises? What the fuck?
If you were a furry, what animal would you be? Is Zajef a furry? Does he like show his fucking furry cough? Furry? 100 gifted, I put on the cat ears on. Because it's Halloween. Time to get freaky. Like a furry. Furry. Does he like show his fucking furry cough? Furry? 100 gifted, I put on the cat ears on. Because it's Halloween. Time to get freaky. Like Andres. Would. Zajef a furry confirmed. I do have cat ears on my desk. Every day, a new furry finds his tail. Damn, that guy's kind of thick. Yo, wait, look at that guy's tongue. Oh, shit. This guy's massive. Doctor, you're huge. Want Shao to plunge straight into my ass. Honestly, I actually respect you. My voice, throat still hurts from yesterday. We're gonna call Zajef to help us.
It's juice, punch, stick, and milk. Things I want to do to you.
The weapon looks cool. I think it's cool. Sturdy bone.
I'll show you my setup. If you really want cock and ball torture, you can just make me come over.
Unrelated though, we should hang out. Dude, you suck.
Yeah, gladly.
Okay, but the thing is, it's big.
I said it looks big!
Dude, it needs a banana for scale. Like, I can't tell how big it is.
I don't need the banana for scale. I can tell it's big anyway.
What? Dude, we bounced off each other. Wait, Zad, check DMs. Thoughts? Rate what I just sent you out of 10.
Add Zajef is the Jeff your boyfriend? Not yet.
Why do you mean? Fuck you! And all your Fatui friends too. Unless they're harbingers. In which case, fuck me. I'm having a good day. Why? Gonna get fucked. So, that's why. Zaj came over at 10. I'm probably gonna get fucked. They just come to shoot the spit on you, bro. Come close. Bait them and then do back shot. Oh, the balls, right? And a hit ball. Lord of Sand! My ass is red! Wait, I'm clapping this guy's ass! Lord of Sand! My ass is ready. Oh my god, I'm inside them. That fucking Aramite could never. Lord of Sand, my ass is ready. Lord of Sand, my ass is ready. Who did I glaze? Kanich. He looks good, even Caesar. I haven't really felt him yet. Main factors that attract you to Genshin Impact? Cock. You'll get banned? Dude, I've submitted this multiple times. I'm gonna get fucking butt fuck. That is Risley chaining me up. He does have thick cheeks. I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. They know me where it snows. I get him corner. My character has the I get him corner. This guy has
I have watched the section as you requested. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh boy. Oh boy. You were a big part of that section. I can see that. I've noticed. Oh boy. Well, that was cool. Anyways. Guys,
we're getting closer
wait,
and
I
closer.
actually did it at the exact same time.
Guys, we're getting closer and closer to Mavuika's release, and as the weeks go by, her kit is becoming more and more finalized.
Oh, guards! What you think you're fucking slick, buddy? You think I don't see you there? Already timed out. Bozo. Who do you think you are?
Today we'll touch a very popular topic regarding the Pyro Archon, specifically whether or not she's better than Xiangling in terms of off-field sub-DPS for multiple things. Let's go. So, as you probably know by now, Mavuika's main role is to be a main DPS by mounting her bike in combat, and this has caused a lot of dissatisfaction from the community, who was waiting for a replacement for Xiangling and Bennett for a long time now. Still, on-field damage is not all there is to Mavuika, as she can also deal damage continuously while off-field through her Elemental skill, which makes her fitting for the sub-DPS role in the same way.
Okay, I am actually kind of curious, because I've never actually looked into it very much. How much total damage does she do if you're just using her skill, like, off-field? Because I haven't looked into that, like, at all. How long does it last? How many hits do you get? I forgot. 6 hits? Is it only 6, really? That's crazy. So, initial skill hit. Dude, why do the stars keep despawning? Okay, like, what the fuck is that? Okay, Bergdorf Bank World 328. Okay, so you have E cast, E dot, Q cast. Right, so the E cast is 126.5. E dot is 217.6 times 6. Sorry. And then Qcast is 756.2 plus 200 times 2.7%. Okay. And then okay, I want to look at like what her damage profile looks like on a bunch of different situations. So CA here is going to be 0. Okay. Then if you're looking at, this is like off-field default. Then you'll have off-field vape, I guess. Which is this. I guess the proportion is going to be exactly the same, right? Because I think in most teams, yeah. Then you'll have like off-field as app. And in those teams, like Milani teams, for example, you'll be able to vape this, but you won't be able to vape this. And then this is also going to be a little bit higher because you'll have a little bit of EM. Let's say times 1.15, I guess. And then you'll have on-field vape, on-field melt. And on-field melt best case. Alright, these are like the main 7 different situations for Mavuika. Right? So for this one, most of her dot damage is going to be done without Bennett buff, which means that this is actually going to have the Bennett buff, so it's actually going to be higher. Now with a Bennett buff, she should be doing like 1.6-ish times more damage, maybe 1.5, 1.6. It depends on your weapon, honestly. And it depends on the weapon on Bennett as well. Let's say 1.6 for now. The napkinist math? Yeah, dude, I can't be bothered doing a full fucking calc for this kind of shit. Gleb. Can you explain this one to me? No? Okay, you've convinced me. Okay, then charge attack is what is it? 181.7%. 181.7% times, what was it? 8? Yeah, 8 plus 0.95% times 200 times 8 plus 252.8. That's the default. But just like the burst initial hit, this is happening under Bennett buff. I thought he was gonna do event today, but he's doing Excel. Why not both, huh? Huh? You think me incapable of doing both? Is that what you're implying? Hmm? Will you stand by your words? Anyways, On-field vape, you should be able to pretty reliably get this much at least. No. Yeah. Most of your off-field stuff will vape. In off-field vape. Or in on-field vape. But you won't have the Bennett buff on it. That's fine. You think she'll work with Child? Kinda. Then on-field melt. Your off-field stuff is not going to melt whatsoever for stuff like that. But yeah, also I'm fucking corned as shit, dude. What is wrong with me? Yeah, this is not it. So this is 4. This is 4. Yup. 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 Times 1.5 times 1.15. There you go. That's what it's supposed to be. Okay. Then yo. Oops. Yo. Then this shit gets a little weird. This is 2, this is 2, this is 2, this is 6, this is 6. Yep. Yo. And then this goes back to 4, 4, 4, 4. Okay. I guess I should add frick you. I should add off-field nuke. Where at least this is getting Bennett buff. Okay. And now need to have a bunch of pie charts, won't I? What in the fuck is this garbage? Fucking abomination, dude. This is gonna be cringe, right? Yeah. I have to do them individually like this, right? Yeah. This is gonna work. Yo! Huge. Oh my god, I am going to do bad things. I can't be bothered, man. This is so annoying. You know what? Actually, this is probably not the best way to represent it. I can probably just do... Oh boy. How do I make a proper histogram with this? Oh boy. Oh wait, no, this works. Yo, okay. Wait, this works. Huge. Okay, this is probably the best way to represent it, actually. Wow. Poggers. It worked. It actually doesn't look that bad. Chart title. So the blue that is very obvious everywhere is the E cast. The orange is the E dot. The gray is the burst initial cast. And the yellow is charge attack stuff. What blue? Yeah, I know. I know, it do be like that. You're right. God, I got a new hoodie yesterday. My agency sent me a hoodie and a thermos. And the hoodie's really comfortable. And the thermos is like really nice. I'm kinda feels good, man. I forgot they said they were sending that. They asked me for my shirt size, and I completely forgot about it. And so when I got it, I was like, yo, wait, that's Fog. You have an agency? Yeah, I turned down most sponsorship offers, so I realize that a lot of you aren't even aware that I have an agency, but yeah, I do. Anyways, yeah, so like, I think the main like thing to keep in mind for Mavuika is like the off-field part of her damage is the orange, okay? And there's not a single situation where the orange is like a large majority of her damage. Like, she's inherently a character whose damage functions differently from someone like Xiangling, for example. The situation where the largest portion of the damage is in here, and the burst initial hit is doing pretty much, like, the same amount.
characters like Fischl and Xiangling are. The way this works is pretty simple. By using her skill, she enters a Night Soul Blessing state and will deal damage every 2 seconds by consuming Night Soul points for—
Why is on-field burst lower? It's the same. Wait, no, you mean, wait, burst? On-field... Oh, you mean this one? Like, lower than this one? Like, why is what lower than what in what scenario? Like, I'm confused. If you're asking why this one is lower than this one, it's because this one is assuming no reactions. This one is assuming you're using her as an off-fielder, but you properly buff her burst initial cast.
for a total of 12 seconds at constellation 0, so for 6 times a rotation in total and with a cooldown of 18 seconds. These details mark the first disappointment about her kit in a way, because Mavuika is the first Archon in a while with a longer cooldown than it has uptime on her skill. In particular, all of Raiden, Nahida and Ferina have damage abilities like that last between 20 and 30 seconds, while having a cooldown shorter than their duration, and that makes them very flexible. Mavuika is not like that, and at a glance it's a big flaw in her kit, but what if I told you that it's actually okay in most cases? Specifically, pyro abilities like this benefit from having shorter duration rather than longer, and the reason is that unlike Hydro or Electro, Pyro is much more intrusive in terms of elemental application. Let's take Xiangling for example.
Yeah, so that's a good point. Like the main like upside of having really good off-field pyro application is the ways in which it could potentially allow you to trigger a lot of vapes or melts, right? But when you look at the Hydro and Cryo characters that we have, the only ones that actually need that much Pyro and Hydro app, or sorry, the only characters that actually revolve around Vapor Melt don't actually need that much Pyro app. Like, there's no Hydro carry that's like properly like designed for Vape other than Molani. And Molani's requirements for Pyro application are very minor. Other Hydro characters can only vape a relatively small portion of their damage. And it's somewhat similar for Cryo characters, where there's a few more characters that can melt a decent portion of their damage, but the application requirements for to enable them to melt that damage tend to be easier to fulfill. And so what vape or melt carry that actually exists like actually gets gimped by Mavuika's lower pyro application? And the answer to that is honestly none. None of them. Ayato, but Ayato does not have a large portion of his damage that is vapeable. Like, that's the point I'm making. It's the characters that have fast enough Hydro or Cryo app that in order to vape them you'd need really fast pyro tend to only be able to melt or vape a small portion of their damage, so they don't actually benefit that much from those reactions anyways. That is isn't to say they don't benefit from it at all, but they're not in a situation where they absolutely need a way to react their damage, right? They're a lot more like Yoimiya than like Hu Tao, where reacting Yoimiya's damage is nice, but far from the only option.
So, the matter of discussion on this video. Through her Pyronado, she applies Pyro for 15 seconds in total, which gives her 3 more seconds of uptime than Mavuika in that sense, which means that it's better, right? Not always. Let's say that, for example, you're playing her on a Brizzly Melt team or a Molani Vape team, so teams where you need their Pyro application to enable reactions for these powerful carries. On these teams, you typically start a rotation with Cry or Hydro application respectively, to allow something like Xiangling to trigger their scroll set effects and increase the damage for that element. In these cases, Xiangling's 15 seconds long Pyronado actually makes things a bit awkward, because it lasts for longer than Brizzly or Molani's uptime, meaning that after the end of the rotation, Pyro will keep being applied. This makes it harder to reapply Cry or Hydro to start the following rotation and use Xiangling in the same way as before. Conversely, with a shorter duration ability like Mavuika's, it's not a problem, because it will end around the same time these carries' rotations end. 12 seconds is the perfect middle ground in my opinion, because it's long enough to last for most carries uptime, but almost never longer than needed. Other than the skill, Mavuika also has more sub-DPS capabilities through Elemental Burst, which deals a lot of damage in a single instance and enables a supportive effect that will buff the active character's damage bonus for 20 seconds.
I guess one thing I kind of want to talk about it is, and I realize that this is just a Zajef classic moment at this point, but I want to talk about what makes Xingqiu so great, okay? And I swear it's related to this, okay? I promise, chat. I promise I'm not just saying that to say it. All right, I promise it's related. So, the reason why, like, when you're looking at Risley Melt rotations, Xiangling can be an issue for second rotation onwards, is because Xiangling is a character who's designed to be swapped into after you're done with the rest of your setup. The reason for that is because her application isn't optional. Once you've cast her ability, her application will keep happening until the end of it. And that's I'm like assuming, or like I guess concluding from what's been said so far. Like that's what TGS's point is, right? If your application isn't optional, the shorter duration means that it's easier to set up your next rotation because you don't have to be bothered by it at the end of your first rotation. When you look at a character like Xingqiu, you can decide to stop your application. If you stop attacking and you don't walk into the enemy, your application stops. What that means is that if you need to swirl Pyro, you don't have to swap into Xingqiu right before your carry. You can swirl your Pyro after you've started casting Xingqiu's stuff. So when it comes to like off-field applicators, they can generally be like separated in two different main categories. The ones with optional app and the ones with the forced app. And what you want out of an optional app character is you want as long uptime as possible. But the characters with short app don't necessarily want as much uptime as possible. The characters with forced app want a specific amount of uptime that lines up well with whatever carries they work with. Anyways. I do think it's an interesting thing how, like, sometimes longer app can be worse because of that.
The second thing already gives her more supportive utility than Xiangling, and that aspect becomes even more favorable for Mavuika if you factor in that she can use the scroll set to buff the entire team, but we'll get to that later. Mavuika's burst is tricky because instead of requiring energy to be used, it requires fighting spirit, a type of points that can be generated either.
What's that? Why does the order of these things keep changing? Whatever, man. This is a good one. I like it.
Either through Night Soul point consumption by Nathan characters on the team, or in a much lesser way through characters dealing normal attacks. She only requires 100 fighting spirit to use the burst, but she can store up to 200, and the more fighting spirit she has at the moment of cast, the more damage the burst will deal and the more it will support the team. Honestly speaking, normal attacks are not great for recharging her burst, as even the most proficient normal attack damage dealers will produce a minuscule amount of fighting spirit per rotation. Mavuika helps herself in this sense, because at Constellation 0 she consumes 80 Night Soul points a rotation, which should be usually enough to allow her to reach the minimum 100 required to use the burst. Still, she massively benefits from the presence of other Nathan characters on her teams, and it could be said that this is a team restriction for her. However, in a similar way, Xiangling hugely relies on Bennett's presence on her teams, both to be comfortable in terms of energy requirements and to increase her own damage a lot because she can snapshot the attack buff from his burst. The energy thing in particular is quite annoying for her, as it makes her downright awkward to use on most teams where Bennett is not present. And so, practically speaking, even if you want to criticize Mavuika for having some kit restrictions, the thing is, Xiangling is pretty much unbeatable in terms.
Okay, I don't know how much of a hot take this is, but honestly, I feel like Xiangling's reliance on Bennett is a little bit overstated. I almost feel like ChesseBurgers is a better partner to Xiangling than Bennett is. Cut! Cut! Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I went too far. The point is solo pyro Xiangling is dog. The thing is, it's not that solo pyro Xiangling's energy is bad. It's that Xiangling in teams with dog shit particle generation is bad. And the reality is, that's not fixed by Bennett's presence alone. Like, yeah, obviously, if the only characters on your team are like fucking Zhongli, like you do one Kazuha skill per rotation and you have Molani, like, yeah, bro, like, you're not generating any fucking particles. Like, what are you doing, dude? Of course Xiangling's gonna struggle. It's not because no one else is pyro. It's because no one else is generating any fucking particles. Oh well.
in terms of how many restrictions she has.
Can you make the sound Neuvillette makes during his normal attacks? Sure!
And the comfort benefits don't end here, even. Another big aspect is that Mavuika's cooldowns line up at 18 seconds both for her skill and her burst. In comparison, Xiangling's cooldowns line up at 18 seconds both for her skill and her burst. In comparison, Xiangling's Pyronado is a 20 seconds long cooldown. This allows Mavuika to fit better alongside teammates that can fit on shorter rotations like Colorand and Vrizzly. But still, honestly, everything I said would be for nothing if Mavuika wasn't at least comparable to Xiangling in terms of 2
Wait, what's the...
factors, and those are damage and application. But before I move on, let me remind you that if you enjoy my content and my theory crafting but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes me notice your support, and also go check my new Instagram and TikTok accounts. So, in terms of damage, I will tell you right away that Mavuika is quite competitive. Technically, in terms of pure output, Xiangling packs a bigger punch, but Mavuika's very significant advantage is that she doesn't have to build energy recharge, and so she can invest much more into damage-related stats than Xiangling can. Currently, assuming she has access to other Natlan characters on the team she can fit in, she can more than compete in terms of sub-DPS. This is assuming she's using the scroll set, which is a supportive option that increases the damage for the team as well as her own. If there is another character on the team that can hold the set in her stead, then she...
Yeah, I mean, you're... there... Okay. I think you will very rarely, if ever, use Mavuika with scroll. Because, like... you want to have another Natlan character to stack her fighting spirit anyways, right?
She also gets access to stronger offensive options like Codex, which increase her damage even further and make her even more competitive. Still, her being able to use a very supportive set in Scroll while still being competitive with Xiangling in damage is quite noteworthy, and overall she's a decisive upgrade on a lot of teams. For example, Kinich compositions will be seeing a bump in damage with Mavuika on team, because for him, someone that can hold Scroll is a new addition to his teams.
Yeah, I mean... that one's, like, kind of... that one's like, you know? For those of you that are wondering why I'm making these noises, you can only proc scroll a single time against an enemy if you're playing a burning team. Unless you stop hitting them for like 10 seconds. It looks like he assumed that. I mean, he mentioned it, but that doesn't mean he assumed it. And how did he take it into account? I don't know.
Mavuika on team, because for him, someone that can hold Scroll is a new addition to his teams. Other examples include Clorand, Navia, and Arlecchino teams. Not all of these have Mavuika as their main scroll enabler, since they could already use Shidonen before her, but since her cooldowns allow for more fitting rotations and she has support of her own thanks to her burst as well, she's just better. Something surprising is that Mavuika can compete with Xiangling even in vape teams, which should be Xiangling's forte. This is because the Archon is able to vape all of her hits with no exception, and specifically, her burst is a nuke worth several hundreds of thousands of damage that will be very useful to wipe enemies out. Moreover, an advantage she has in this sense compared to Xiangling is that she doesn't apply Pyro as often as she does, as she only hits the opponents.
Is she actually dogshit without other Natlan characters? Kind of, yeah. But like, no. So okay, here's the thing, okay? Mavuika is in a weird spot where, like, the reason why she's reliant on other Natlan characters is so that she can get her ult back at full stacks. But you start with your ult at full stacks. And if you do your chambers one at a time, like getting 3 stars and then resetting and prepping ahead of time, you can start each chamber at max stacks. And if you do, she's not actually all that reliant on Natlan characters. But, like, that's cringe as fuck to do. Like, I wouldn't recommend doing that, and I don't think it will be fun, but it is a possibility.
Every 2 seconds,
The reverse of speedrun, watch me slow run Abyss. True!
and so she fits better with those Hydra players that struggle to keep up with Pyronado's frequency, like Ayato or Kokomi for example. The other part of the equation here, however, is how good she is at enabling other carries to trigger these reactions, like Breezely for melt teams, Moani for vape teams, Nubulet for vape teams. Xiangling is the best Pyro player in the game, as she applies Pyro more than once every second through Goba and Pyronado. This always made her a top option for the carries that can use enabling of that kind. In comparison, Mavuika only applies Pyro every 2 seconds, which is clearly not as impactful. But a relevant fact here is that in many cases you don't need as much application as Xiangling provides. Carry like Molani that attacks every 3 seconds on average can do very well even with a more infrequent Pyro player, and as a matter of fact she can already do more than well with characters like Dia and Xinyan as of right now. Breezely is more demanding in that sense, but not as much as you would expect. This is because Pyro gauges are quite hard to consume by cryo hits, and so you don't need that much Pyro application to enable consistent melts. Also, even if that fails, you can pair Mavuika's application with Dendro characters such as Nahida and Emily to make the Pyro aura more consistent through burning. As of right now, all of these options surpass the previous Xiangling variants in terms of theoretical damage. For Nuvolet it's a bit more complicated, because Mavuika shouldn't have enough Pyro application to make him vape consistently, and actually the opposite is more likely to happen, with her vaping off of his Hydro application. So in that sense Xiangling is superior, but that doesn't mean Mavuika doesn't have a place on Nuvolet teams. Technically Mavuika is not a novelty here, because Xiangling could already hold the scroll set for Nuvolet. But what you can do is give Mavuika scroll and give Xiangling Petra to maximize both of their contributions. Currently these things calculated
This video was Petra propaganda all along. Oh no.
damage surpasses any Nuvolet vape variants. So while Mavuika can't match Xiangling in
But yeah, like that's kind of the main thing is like Nevilet vape isn't that good to begin with. Nevilet doesn't actually gain that much from being able to vape. The reason why Nevilet vape is a thing that people do is because of the limited options when it comes to characters that actually synergize really well with Nevilet. Nevilet is like Yoimiya. He's not... These words just came out of my mouth, man. Holy fuck. My bad, dude. I can't believe I just said that. You know what I mean, though. Okay, you know what I mean.
and surpasses any Nuvolet vape variants. So while Mavuika can't match Xiangling in terms of application, she can fill their shoes in many situations regardless. Lastly, another strong advantage Mavuika has compared to Xiangling is that she has major high investment upgrades. For starters, she has an actual signature weapon that is much stronger than her cheap options. For Xiangling, the best 5-star weapons would be Engulfing Lightning and Staff for the Scarlet Sands, but both of them are less impressive than Mavuika's signature in terms of impact. Secondarily, Mavuika has pretty strong constellations, with both her Constellation 1 and 2 being very significant increases for her damage. Furthermore, her Constellation 2 also decreases opponent's defense by 20%, which on average is around a 10% team-wide damage increase. Basically, the point is that while Mavuika is a character whose primary role is to be a main DPS, she can compete with and even surpass the current best Pyro sub-DPS we have in the meta on a lot of teams at Constellation 0, and on top of that she has quite significant high investment layers that can make her quite inarguably better. And with this, I'm done for today.
Alright, I mean, I have a few things to add, but first I gotta go to World 551 Top Bank. I don't have my fucking Dracon's medallion. Fuck. What world was it? 551. How did that cause any war? I'm actually curious. We'll find out. We let's read some comments. But people tend to be passionate about Xiangling. Whether they're Xiangling haters or Xiangling lovers, they tend to be passionate about it. Okay, where's the war, chat? None of these comments are bad. Mostly on Mavuika's subreddit. Do you have a link? Fine, I'll look it up. Kinda can't be bothered, but whatever. Oh. Look at a first-time chatter sending a link. Holy shit, that's crazy. I recently watched a Mavuika vs. Xiangling video made by a content creator known for theorycrafting leaks. After viewing it, I was quite surprised to see how most Mavuika mains were praising him and didn't notice how poorly made the video was. Nor did they see the clear bias towards Mavuika throughout the video. Disclaimer, I'm a speedrunner who often hangs out with TC. I do sometimes watch this TC's video and have nothing against him. I just feel that he should do the job properly and make a fair comparison between Mavuika and Xiangling. So this disclaimer is I'm a J-Stern viewer, right? Like that's what the disclaimer means, right? Alright. 1, he mistook the cooldown and uptime of Mavuika's skill and Xiangling burst respectively. To be Mavuika's skill 15-second cooldown and Xiangling burst 14-second uptime. I mean, the first one doesn't matter. Because what makes Mavuika good is her burst, not her skill. And you're not casting her skill off cooldown. You're swapping to her once every rotation. And that, at the fastest, will be dictated by the slowest of your 2 abilities. Yeah, this is something that was technically wrong, but that has no impact on anything, right? Which is why I didn't point it out. Even though I also noticed that he said it was 18 seconds when it was 15. The second one, what did he say? Oh, 15 seconds. I mean, whatever, I guess. If you include the hits that happen during wind-up, it is 15 seconds. So, like, it doesn't really matter. But, sure. Like, to me, this is pretty nitpicky. 2, Risley team. First of all, why choose a specific team? Everyone knows Risley is not the most popular DPS. I mean, this is a horrible argument. Okay, listen. I agree with why choose this specific team, because I think this one. I think this Risley team is a shit team, okay? I'm a massive hater of Melt Risley. Okay? However, it's not because because Risley isn't popular. It's because I just don't think that the like these teams with Shallonen over Farina are very ugh. Like ugh. Yeah. Like obviously if you don't have Farina it's fine, but I'm not a fan. So like I agree with this point. But like this I think has no place in a post that's supposed to be criticizing a video. Like this is bad faith criticism for sure. Like what? What's that? In your video where you talk about a lot of different teams, you use the somewhat unpopular carry as one of your examples? Like no. That is fucking yeah. Anyways, why not consider his vape melt teams with Farina, which is his current best? Is it because Xiangling's Pyro app is superior for vape melt teams that you didn't want to show it? I mean, it's not really. I'm actually kind of curious. I don't know, man. The way I see it, doing a comparison between like to vape melt teams is difficult because Mavuika doesn't fit in the vape melt team because the vape melt team doesn't have a second Natlun character, which makes Mavuika really hard to fit in there. So like I understand why it wasn't there, even though I kind of do think that the vape melt team should have been included in the comparison. Vape melt is worse for speedrunning anyways. In the chart, he claimed that Xiangling does 12/13 swings, so which is it, 12 or 13? Which one did you use for the calc? Why so low when we know Xiangling can have a maximum of 21? The first point is a valid point, but somewhat nitpicky. The second point is like you're just yapping to the sake for the sake of yapping. Like, yeah, technically you can multi-hit Pyronado spins, but like in my eyes, I don't consider multi-hit spins to be the default state for Xiangling. I consider multi-spin to be something that you can cause if you're trying to speedrun a chamber, or that happens automatically against a very few select enemies. Right? Like, it'll happen automatically versus Tulpa and versus Primo Vishap, and that's kind of it. There's a few others that also have pretty big hitboxes, but outside of the, like, for most people, that's just not the case. Like, why so low when we know Xiangling can have a max of 21? the answer to that is obvious. It's because this 12 or 13 is what usually happens for most people. Like, you know the answer to your question, and it's a reasonable answer. This is not a good point to raise. You can raise a similar point by saying, like, that, like, you've presented all the upsides of Mavuika, but you've neglected some of the upsides of Xiangling that I think are worth mentioning. Like the fact that you can multi-hit on your spins. And that would be fair. Like, using that same information, you could make that different point, and it would be a valid point. But this point, I think, is not it. Why use Serpent Spine? Did he know the passive requires the character to spend 20 seconds on field to max it? That one I half agree with, I guess. Like, Serpent Spine is kind of cringe to use. It's not that you can't use it, it's that it's boring waiting fucking 30 seconds at the start of every chamber. Why compare a Battle Pass weapon versus the catch, a free-to-play weapon? I think this is a lot... Like... The answer to that question is... Like, this is worded as a question, but it's not a question. Like you know the answer to that. It's because this is supposed to be with each character's best 4-star weapon, and Deathmatch isn't better than the catch on Xiangling. It's not that Xiangling is being restricted to free-to-play weapons, it's that she has access, is that her best 4-star weapon is a free-to-play weapon. Fjord isn't better in these teams. And, like, don't get me wrong, the fact that Xiangling has the catch available to her is one of the many things that make her good. But again, right, this is presented as an unfair comparison when in reality, the comparison is fair, it's just that there's an advantage that Xiangling has that isn't mentioned. Anyways. Also, Monopyro and Vape, which teams and characters are being used for calculations? My god, the lack of information is insufferable. I think that's a much better point. These ones I'm kind of dying of cringe. Like, so far, this is the best point so far. That did kind of annoy me a little as well. For Kanich Burn, look at the right chart rotation. That's another thing I also said, but whatever. You're telling me Mavuika was a long-ass 5-star burst animation and uses E first, then has to swap back to her Q? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Then has to swap back to her Q. And Kanish uses N1Q. All of these, and the rotation is still the same as Xiangling's at 20 seconds. 2 Kanich E in the left side chart is question mark. Aren't all these characters available in game? Why is there still uncertainty? Q is available. Clarify it in the chart. Q or no Q. How much DPS in each case? Okay, I guess we gotta go... Go through these one by one, huh? So, like, because some of these points are good, some of these points are bad, right? So you gotta go through them one by one. Okay. The first one. I think Xiangling is probably, outside of Barbara, the 4-star with the longest burst animation. It's actually not that fast, even if you don't have a cutscene for it. So this one, I mean, in animation times total, you'll probably have like a 0.5 seconds difference. But like, these teams are gated by Xiangling's cooldown. Right? The reason why the rotation ends there isn't because 20 seconds have passed, it's because you gotta wait for Xiangling's cooldown to come back. So that, like, less than a second difference doesn't actually result in a rotation length difference. Second, can each E in the left side chart is question mark? Aren't all these characters available in game? Why is there still uncertainty? I mean, that one is like half reasonable. Basically, I understand his confusion, and the chart doesn't do the best way of conveying the information, but it's not actually, like, bad information. Right? It's that he's separated the DPS between 4 hits and 5 hits on the skill. But instead of having 2 full different rotations just for, like, instead of adding a whole fucking 4 lines of text to show what the rotation is when you do 1 less E, he just had the E with a question mark. If Q is available, if available, clarify it in the chart. Q or no Q, how much DPS in each case. I guess. Why can each 150 ER scroll no refresh on boss? Did you already calculate this? I mean, these are fine. Whatever. Wow, nice choice of non-Natlan DPS who does a lot of normal attack. I can't criticize anything here since Xiangling variant rotation was clearly wrong. Oh yeah. He copy-pasted the rotation. Aware. That one's reasonable. High vape number, you're talking big number here, but which team enables this? What rotation? Is it consistently 350k every rotation? I mean, in context, this was fine, I think. The Mavuika variant has Farina and Xiangling, has Nahida, somehow Shilonen, E, N1, N2 contributes 12% DPS in Xiangling chart. I mean, I guess that's fair. Like, I think it's pretty obvious that the images for Shilonen and Xiangling just got accidentally reversed. But like, I don't know. I feel like if you notice, Shilonen is doing a lot more damage than she's supposed to, and Xiangling is doing a lot less damage than she's supposed to. And you raise it as a point of like, what are you even doing? What is this? Instead of and leave people like in the dark like that, instead of being like, yeah, because you swapped the images by accident. Like, this is bad faith, right? Like, this is very bad faith criticism. You know what happened. You know what mistake was made here. You're intentionally omitting that mistake from your explanation because it makes him look worse if you don't explain it. Because this is such a minor mistake. This is like such a minor mistake. Rotations. Her E at C0 only has 12-second uptime. This means you need to use her right before your DPS in your rotation. This is extremely restrictive. He's writing this in such a condescending tone too. Yeah, like that's the part that's like making me not want to agree with anything. The main reason why I'm looking at this so critically is because this is not an informative post. This is someone who's fucking who wants to feel superior to someone else. And like maybe they had a bad day, right? So you had a bad, like don't be too mean to them. At the end of the day, it's just a fucking it like this sort of disagreement. It really isn't that deep. All right, it's just a game. It's really not that deep. All right, so don't be too mean to them. Okay, like people sometimes are assholes when they've had a bad day or like whatever. Like it is what it is. It's not that deep. But I think stuff like this is like it's a good vessel of conversation, right? Nothing helps you convey your thoughts better than responding to the stupidest shit you've ever seen. You know? Anyways, her ANC0 only has 12 seconds uptime. This means you need to use her right before your DPS in your rotation. This is extremely restrictive. Let's say you need to apply Pyro first for Kazuha to swirl. You need to do Mavuika E, Kazuha E. It means by the time you return to your main DPS, you only have like 10 seconds left or just 5 ticks of off-field Pyro to use. And which carry does that is that gonna happen with? Which Pyro carry wants to be played with Mavuika and doesn't have anyone on the team that can apply Pyro other than Mavuika during the downtime? Are you playing Hu Tao Mono Pyro? Is that what's going on here? Hu Tao Mono Pyro with Mavuika as your only Natlan character? Like, this is, yes, technically a potential weakness for her. But, like, he's criticizing the fact that that weakness wasn't included in the video when it's a weakness that won't matter for a while because it doesn't matter for anyone right now, you know? So this is the sort of stuff that's like, this is additional information, it's not a shortcoming of the video. Right, like, this is the sort of statement that has a place in a, here's some additional information, or here's some complementary, study material that you can read after having watched TGS's video. Right? It's not the sort of information that has a place in a Mavuika versus Xiangling video has a lot of problems Reddit post. You know? Anyways. Example of this is in Molani Vape. What? Why do you need to swirl Pyro in this team? And do you really think Molani Vape is gonna struggle in terms of application? Like Molani of all hydro carries? This is probably the first point here that it isn't just like, or like this is just outright wrong. Like it's not them being this is just them being wrong. If anything, her shorter uptime is a really good thing for Molani teams, because Molani teams have the very issue that he mentioned in the video of the Pyro Aura being hard to get rid of at the end of a rotation. He talked about it for Risley teams, but I think it matters a lot more in Molani teams. Unlike Xiangling, who has two modes, Guoba and Pyronado, you can throw Guoba out to apply Pyro, then use blah, blah, blah to swirl/crystallize it for buffs. Most of the time in Abyss, you don't even need her burst up, just Guoba to finish the chamber. You know what can fix this for Mavuika? C1, which can increase the duration to 18 seconds. I mean, this is valid criticism, but it's not related to what was mentioned previously. I don't know. I don't know about this one. Lack of cases where Xiangling is better. Besides Risley Vape Melt, how about Child International or Melt Ganyu? Child Xiangling Western Slot team is still the meta speedrunning team for its low cost. Not even mentioning it once in the video shows a clear bias against Xiangling. I mean, I don't think that's true. Okay, that one's like, it's half true. This is actually an issue with presentation rather than content, though. Because this video is not a sub-DPS comparison. This is an exploration of situations where Mavuika's strength shines. This is not a video that's meant to fairly compare two characters and the pros and cons of each of them. This is not a video about Xiangling. Right? But the title is clickbaity. So I kind of agree with this criticism, but I don't think it's an issue with the content. I think it's an issue with the title. Luck of cases where Xiangling is better. There really aren't many. Oh, okay, wait. I didn't know there was a community post. Wait. We gotta read that first. Because this is supposed to be... Oh my, okay. Wait. I'll be right back, actually. I'm back. Alright. Just wanted to address some popular feedbacks from the latest Xiangling vs. Mavuika video I made. 1. Too many calcs with Xilonen. I prioritize Xilonen calcs because in most cases she's the best in slot partner with Mavuika. I usually mostly focus on best in slot calcs because it takes me quite a while. It takes me quite the time to do calcs and prepare infographics, so I can't show infinite teams. For what it's worth, I've also shown columns with Auron and other Natlan characters. He's still very competitive with them and pretty good without any Natlan characters on the team even. Okay. 2 bias comparisons in favor of Mavuika. After I made my calcs and considerations, I found out that essentially Mavuika does similar / more damage than Xiangling as a sub-DPS on all teams, including Natlan units, while also having noticeable advantages in terms of rotations, utility, and comfort. Wait, my star despawned. Wait, this is more important. 472, same place. Easy clap. Don't even have to teleport. Massive. Okay, my video's narrative is always based on what I found out in the calcs, and I just found out that Mavuika is theoretically a better sub-DPS, granted an Outland unit is present on the team. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be fair to say, like, you probably should have emphasized her reliance on there being an Outland character on the team in order for that conclusion to be accurate. Like, that I think would be a reasonable criticism of the video, but I don't think that, like, presenting the conclusion is inherently wrong. 3, lack of cases where Xiangling is better. There really aren't many. One thing Xiangling is noticeably better at is applying Pyro for some Hydro units to trigger reactions on, but the only unit that can take advantage from her exclusively at this is Neuvillette, someone that doesn't even have Vape teams as his best team. So it's a national teams, but Mavuika can do even more damage, or Vape damage than Xiangling in her best scenario, as I pointed out in the video. TLDR, I'm sorry if you thought I was being biased. My videos are just a translation of my findings, and my findings say that Mavuika is better than Xiangling, with the one team restriction being an Outland character being present. However, since Outland characters are meta on so many teams, that isn't much of a problem for me. That's a lot of comments. He saw the Reddit post. True. Wait, no, this Reddit post happened after the community post. Um... I mean, this one, whatever. 10. Don't care about viewers. The restriction is clear and you're trying to downplay it. Viewers have well-built non-Natlan characters and we want to see these teams. So, like, again, right here, I half agree with this, right? I think someone who has watched the video can see why that criticism kind of doesn't really apply that much. But I do think that that there is an issue with the presentation of the video. And I think that's something that a lot of content creators struggle with. Honestly, sometimes me included. But when you're using specific words like comparison, analysis, stuff like that, you're setting expectations for your viewers. And I don't think that video quite lives up to those expectations in this case. I don't think this is a proper comparison between the two. This is a discussion video that's meant to present certain findings from a comparison. It isn't the comparison itself. So I can understand why someone would be like could be disappointed or feel cheated as a result of watching this video. I'm guessing that's the main reason why the post ended up being as aggressive as it is, right? They went into it expecting an actual, like, complete comparison, and what they got wasn't that. And they were like, dude, what the fuck?
Level up completed.
Plus, when we reach Snezhnaya with new sets of character, do we always have to run Mavuika and Natlan characters, especially taking up 2 spots? If Snezhnaya releases even more busted supports, do we always have to tie Shalonen in the hip to stay competitive? You know what can fix this? That's right, C1 again. It's not a problem for you, but it's a problem for us. I think this one's reasonable, I guess. But, like, saying that this is evidence of him not caring about viewers, I think, is not reasonable. Because, again, it's not... I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what the solution should even be. Right? Because, like, I do think that the fact that the video was titled the way it was is an issue. I think that's bad. Because I think it's kind of dishonest. But it's also not that big of a deal. You know? Anyways. Conclusion. That's it. I do agree. Mavuika is a better pick. While he already addressed some of the points here and there, they're not clear enough. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Did you as a viewer find any charts that show Xiangling team has a better DPS? See my point here. When you make a comparison video, come on, make it fair. It's too obvious when you're trying to sell the latest character. There are a few more points, but unlike some claims in his findings, I'm actually waiting for her release to test out. There's an actual fair take from an r/Mavuika main. Okay, so like the comment they screenshot, like I've only read the first fucking like 3 lines or whatever. The comment here seems to be doing what this post is trying to do, but without being a dick. Right, like here this isn't saying he's lying to his viewers because he doesn't care about them. This is saying there are a lot of asterisks involved, and here they are. Who cares that much about a video to write an essay about it? I mean, I think that's a stupid ass thing to say. And I think you're an idiot, honestly. I'm sorry. But, the point of videos like this is to generate discussion, right? Like, the idea that you can't talk about a video like that, or that you're... I feel as though the point you're trying to make is that this person is a loser for caring so much about a video that they write a few paragraphs about it. And I feel like that's such a shitty thing to think. Like, what you're criticizing when you say something like that is people caring about what's said in the video. That's not valid criticism. I agree that this post is bad. It's bad because they're being very aggressive and condescending. It's not bad because they wrote a lot about the video. Now Zaj will make a full presentation on how making essays is not a bad thing. I mean, I kind of want to, man. Like, caring this much about a video, like, that's what you want when you make YouTube videos. You want people to care enough about your videos that they'd be willing to fucking write a 3-page essay about it. It's just, you don't want this kind of essay. I think this is a setup for Zajef's 3-hour pre-release. True! I'll say though, the replies to this post are a lot more positive than I expected. I shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't do this. Anyways. People were complaining that Natlan wasn't the nation of war, but you could just read this Reddit post and that's enough. True! A lot of the guys on Mavuika mains don't really like Mavuika. They wanted someone to buff their favorite carry with better pyro app. This CCR has a very rational take regarding Mavuika. Ooh. We can take a look at this. This is not a response to TGS's video. This is an outright an outright discussion. Oh my god, there's a lot of yapping. Okay, I'm about to take a look at this. Sure. Okay, I will change the title to review. Maybe reviewing isn't the word. Reacting, I would rather kill myself than ever have reacting in my title. How do I describe this? Redditing. No, that's worse. That's worse. Criticizing? It's not inherently critical. Dissecting. That's the perfect word for it. Dissecting Mavuika's public image. That's perfect. Thank you. That was the perfect suggestion. All right. Hi, I am a TC plus speedrunner. I like to do my guides on Reddit to invite discussion and previously published the Day 2 Mavuika guide in V1. I was also the primary author behind the Noel guide on KQM and in the writer's staff for the official Chiori guide for Chiori mains on Discord. This is making me realize I haven't, like, interacted with KQM staff in so long. Well, that's not entirely true. But it's kind of true. But it's like, most of the people that I used to know at KQM ended up fucking dipping. Why though? I mean, bro, KQM was started like, what, fucking almost 4 years ago or some shit? Like, that shit's old, man. People move on. Life happens. Did you guys know that a long time ago, I used to be KQM staff? How long? I mean, it was in the first year of Genshin. Going on the second, I think. What did you write? A really old version of the Bennett guide. Why leave? I kind of just couldn't be bothered. Can we see it? I don't think I still have it. I mean, I could probably find it, but I just also can't be bothered. You liked Bennett not making guides? Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, right now I prefer a more laid-back approach, so this is not a formal guide. Dude, okay, unironically though, that is so fucking real. Alright? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the main reason why I've never really done proper guide videos. And I just do like my pre-release and post-release stuff, and there's a bunch of stuff that like a lot of people want to know about that I just don't approach, and I let them watch like Ziox's videos. It's because I just can't be bothered, man. I don't want to do a comprehensive guide on something. That's so annoying. So much work and shit, dude. I don't want to do that. I relate to this so much. Already I like this post. The elemental reaction guide really scarred him. It really did, man. It really fucking did. The amount of effort I put into those videos, and the fact that they did, like, significantly worse than a fucking random Ask Zajef video. Fuck that, dude. I'm never doing a proper guide again. I've learned my lesson, man. All YouTubers eventually learn that effort does not directly correlate to views. Bro, in my experience, effort directly, inversely correlates to views. I started watching you because of that elemental video. Okay, first time chatter! What do you want me to tell you? You're special! No one else watched it, okay? You're the only one who watched that fucking video! Thank you, though. But... Anyways, I'll just be sharing my thoughts on the upcoming Pyro arc on Mavuika. What is Mavuika's value in the meta? A surprisingly hot topic in the community. The God of War started a war. You've probably heard by now that she's a top DPS, that she's at 87k. That's not real, right? She cheats much higher than that, even now, right? I'm guessing they're assuming borderline 100k. Yeah, because like I was, from what I've looked at, and obviously my assumptions are not the same as KQM standard, so sometimes it's hard for me to like properly translate it to KQM standard. I like my assumptions better because I think KQM standard has some shortcomings when it comes to looking at characters that scale with a different amount of stats, but whatever. I'm not getting into that today. Point is, my assumptions aren't the same as KQM standard, so like it's hard to
Level
do a
up,
one-to-one comparison.
completed.
But in like the perfect case scenario stuff, looking at the best rotations, like the best possible rotations that I've like actually like seen footage of, I've seen stuff that cheats at like 110k. But it's like pseudo fake. Like it's stuff that's technically possible, but that requires precise timing, where part of your rotation is like wait for 0.6 seconds. So it's like it's the four charge attack melts Citlali teams. right? And like they're possible, but they're kind of fake, you know? Anyways, you've probably heard by now that she's a top DPS, that she's at 87k, or that she's extremely dependent on not-Lanian teammates like Shalona and Sitlali. And also, she either replaces Xiangling on every team, or she cannot replace Xiangling due to her slow 2-second power up and bad 12-second uptime, and various content creators have decided to take sides. So let's start with support Mavuika, because in my opinion, this is the question that will make and break her in terms of pull value. I disagree! But, okay. Good supports are everlasting and basically useful forever, like Kazuha or even Bennett. Whereas no matter how good a DPS is, they're just a DPS and will be power crept eventually. So I disagree with this, but I don't also. I think that would be fair if she was balanced. Like, that would be entirely fair if she was just a good carry. But she actually is strong enough as a carry that her value as a carry matters as much, if not more, than her value as a support. In my opinion. Is Mavuika better against Hydro/Cryo Elemental Shields than Xiangling? No, not at all. The one thing that Xiangling inarguably does significantly better than Mavuika is Pyro Application. Bro, Xiangling apply more Pyro than a lot of on-field Pyro characters. Anyways. But I mean, in any case, it's not like they're saying, so we'll only talk about support Mavuika. They're just saying we'll start with this because that's the one I think matters more. Like, the fact that I disagree with this doesn't actually matter. I just wanted to say it. 6 ticks of 1U Pyro Up every 2 seconds. A burst nuke that is reliant on Fighting Spirit, buffs or reactions to deal damage. After bursting, a decaying damage buff that starts from 40% and slowly goes to 0. Right, they nerfed it from 50, I forgot. That's true. Average 30. I mean, sure, okay. Can activate Cinder City. Not tied to energy requirements or funneling. Skill cooldown is 15 seconds. Burst cooldown is 18 seconds. I'll give the answer later once we've resolved some important subtopics. Mavuika's burst is long. The first thing I've noticed in various footage, Mavuika's burst is exceptionally long. 2.8 seconds and a new record among Genshin characters. This means that unless there's a way to cancel this animation and end it early, like the way Hu Tao dash cancels her charge attack, using Mavuika burst is a highly committal action. Wait. What? I'm confused. Are they saying, like, that the burst animation end lag can be cancelled? Are they saying that there's cancelable end lag to the burst animation? Because usually burst animations don't have end lag. No? Or I'm not sure. They're hoping. I see. Typical rotation lies between 20 and 25 seconds. Mavuika burst takes more than 10% of your total available time. Speedrunners normally go even faster. That's more than 20% of your total time budget. I disagree with this, but I also agree. But I disagree. So the thing is, I understand what they're getting at here, but it just does too much damage. But I guess they're addressing that later. Nor can Mavuika's burst just be ignored, since the damage from this single Q is roughly equal or higher than the entire damage from her 12 seconds E duration. Also, skipping this burst means no 40% decaying damage buff. There are two Zajefs, one who agrees and one who disagrees. True. Squeezing Mavuika burst causes significant disruption to rotations. If you do it within Bennett's uptime, he loses 20% of his buff window. If you apply it after buffs, all of those buffs lose uptime. That's a very valid point. When we're using Mavuika's burst to buff the main DPS, the question becomes, are we adding damage or are we losing damage to add damage? That answer depends on a lot of particular circumstances. Will vary according to the team composition, abyss layout, who is the main DPS, etc. But there's probably one general rule of thumb. Since Mavuika's burst takes so long, we should probably put a lot of effort on it so we get enough damage to justify the field time. This is a very good way of introducing this point. And this also means that, yep, we have to consider fighting spirit. What buffers we use on the team, and how well they synergize with Mavuika. I guess that's also a very good point. If you're playing a team where you don't have a lot of fighting spirit generation, if she's the only Natlan character, you're probably not bursting every rotation. You're probably bursting every other rotation. Instead of using her as a plug-and-play support, we have to build the team around her. So the team should have Bennett, Xiangling, maybe ChesseBurgers, the usual bunch. This is the way to get value from our support Mavuika. Now let's consider specific teams. Okay. Let's go through all of these. Milani is the current fastest DPS in speedruns at C0, and her C1 can double her clear speed, I'm not joking. And Mavuika seeks to claim the Pyro slot versus her competitors Xiangling, Dea, Shenyan, Toma, even Yunfei/Amber for C1 plus more whales. Milani's current best team, the way I see it, is Xiangling, Sucrose, Pyro. I'm not sure about this one. I don't think this is the best team for anything that's not speedruns. And while speedruns were mentioned, nowhere does it say that they're claiming that this is the best speedrunning team. This is being claimed as the best team. And so, I don't know if I disagree with this person fundamentally on what Milani's best team is, or if they misrepresented the point they were making. But in either case, I have a disagreement here. I think these teams tend to be a lot harder to play, to the point that I wouldn't recommend them to most people. But I do agree that they're one of Milani's best teams. That's just Milani in a nutshell. Yeah, honestly, I guess that's fair. With an honorable mention for Candace if she's not C6, and casuals like to use Zhongli or Nahida or Emily or other random stuff. And also the soon-to-come Pyro Traveler, which is very similar to Mavuika herself, except MC's E interval is 3 seconds, her uptime is the same, and her damage is much lower. Addressing some misconceptions I've seen flowing around on Reddit, Milani is not very fussy about Pyro application. The typical duration of a shark bite is 3 to 3.3 seconds in single target and 2.4 to 3 seconds in AoE. Muelanni's burst is 2.3 seconds long, and the projectile can either hit the enemy instantly or take some time in the air. It's totally unnecessary to use Xiangling unless one is double hydroing with Farina plus Muelanni. I mean, the situations where it's unnecessary to use Xiangling isn't limited to only Farina Muelanni. It's also other double Hydra teams like Muelanni Yelan and Muelanni Candace C6. But I agree with the point they're making. And Farina is only great for Muelanni teams if you have constellations on her. I disagree with this. Farina tends to be one of the best brain dead options for Muelanni teams. Muelanni tends to have pretty big issues when it comes to how easily things can go wrong in her teams. And playing Farina in Muelanni teams tends to reduce how much you get punished for things going wrong. Because you have a lot more damage that's coming from other sources. So I don't necessarily agree with the idea that Farina's only great for Muelanni teams if you have constellations on her. So Mavuika works for Muelanni, right? Unfortunately, this is where the story becomes really complex. In single target, almost every pyro can work with Muelanni. Why is this so good? Bro, I'm gonna run out of emote slots. Why is it 3 hands? It's a Victor thing. You wouldn't get it. Okay. In single target, almost every pyro can work with Muelanni. This therefore means Mavuika can work with Muelanni in single target. However, the short uptime of 12 seconds might expire before the full rotation of 3 shark bites plus 1 shark burst plus burst travel time, which is something to be concerned about. Basically, don't be slow and have enough damage to kill in 2 shark bites so that you don't need a third one, and therefore don't need to worry about this problem. I don't think this is a real problem, honestly. Because you don't need your pyro to keep going for the whole time. You just need to hit with pyro at least once after your 3rd hit in order to vape all 4 hits. Right? Like, it doesn't matter what the burst travel time is. As long as you apply pyro once after your 3rd shark bite, the burst will hit, even if it takes 5 seconds to arrive. So, I don't know about that one. Anyways, my star despawned, so... Top bank, 324. Oh my god, massive. I also don't have to move this time. Insane. Will the aura disappear? The aura takes 9.5 seconds to disappear. So no, it won't. Like, if you're swapping from Mavuika to Muelanni, your skill will run out, unless you're in Natlan using Phlogiston, your skill will run out before your pyro application runs out. So it should never be a problem. AoE is where Mavuika has a huge potential issue. Wait a minute, doesn't Mavuika apply her skill in AoE? Yes, but while Muelanni is not fussy about her pyro app, Sucrose is. Consider. In single target, Muelanni starts with a normal attack. Enemy has 1 U Hydro. Xiangling does her thing. Enemy 0.5 U Hydro. Sucrose Swirl. Enemy now has 0 aura. Mavuika tap E. Okay, cool. In AoE, Muelanni starts with a normal attack. Enemy has 1 U Hydro. Xiangling EN2. Enemy 0.5 Hydro. Sucrose Swirls. Now, the primary enemy has 0 auras, but all the others have 1U Hydro. Hydro Swirl spreads aura in AoE, Mavuika tap E, the mobs have 0.5U Hydro, and Mavuika and Mualani can't vape except on one target. We'll get back to this one. I understand the point. I don't think it's a big deal. Erasing the enemy's 1U Hydro requires not 1 Pyro Up, but 3. Well, erasing it requires 2, but erasing it and applying Pyro so that you can vape is 3. And this has to be done in a 3 seconds time limit. Xiangling in combination with Guoba can erase 1U Hydro and replace it with Pyro, although not even Xiangling is perfect here. She takes a lot of resets to achieve this successfully. Dea performs E, and 1, applying exactly 3 Pyro Apps, and then Mualani can do her thing. Mavuika has question mark. Does she do her motorcycle to wipe aura? This wastes a lot of time. Do we just kick Sucrose out of the team and try with... Yeah, okay. So, this is the play, right? The play is to kick Sucrose out of the team. But it boils back to... playing the double shred teams with Mualani just tends to be fucking cringe, dude. Don't do that to yourself. Mualani teams don't have a lot of buffs from Mavuika's burst. No Bennett here, only Shilonen. And Mualani has so much personal damage, and even a 100 to 200k Q nuke from Mavuika is small potatoes in the grand scheme of things. Mualani, properly built, gets 500 to 800k shark bites pre-Mavuika. I think that's a little more than properly built. Just have decent build. Yeah. Yeah. And Mualani burns around 1.2 mil damage upwards. Again. I'm not saying that no Mualani's doing this much, but that being what you consider properly built makes me question what your definition of properly built is. Can a character only be properly built if their build is so strong that they can fucking be like get a fucking top 1 speedrunning result? Like properly built is level 50, free to play craftable weapon at R1. Exactly. You get it. You get it. No, I'd say that a properly built Mualani is gonna have, like, something closer to, like, 350k shark bites. $500 being your lower bound for properly built Mualani, I think, is kind of unreasonable. $100 to $200k is insane low bowling for Mavuika Burst 2. I don't know if it is. This is a team without Bennett, keep in mind. Mine does 390k with Witzith R2. See? No, she doesn't. Like, that's the sort of stuff that is just fake. The highest number you've seen with your Witzith R2 is 390k. That means you're doing 300k. Yeah, I also think that Milani's perception has been like omega distorted by the fact that she was released in such a incredibly broken Abyss blessing. Like 80 damage percent was just a little much. Yeah, and theater, yeah. Anyways. Wasn't Kanish the same? Yeah, Kanish was the same. For sure. Anyways, all this to say, if we're going for absolute peak, Mavuika might not actually be a best in slot teammate for Milani. I agree with this conclusion. Kind of. I do not expect Milani speedrunning teams to become faster from Mavuika's release. It's difficult for them to be faster? Yeah. It is. The pros for Mavuika and Milani teams are quality of life. You press E and swap out and don't need to think about energy or funneling or 300% ER or that kind of nonsense with Xiangling. You don't have any Animo in your Milani team, so no AoE triple override challenge. I don't understand what this means, but okay. The enemies you're facing are all single target. What? You want to put Cinder on Mavuika and Petra on Xilonen? Yeah, that's really nice, actually. Anyone who's ever played with Petra will understand how putting Petra on a character that is not Xilonen in your Xilonen teams is it makes you anxious. It makes you anxious while you're playing. It just does, man. Like it's unpleasant. But if it's on Xilonen, it's fine. If it's on someone else, it just Verdict: Mavuika plus Milani is somewhat synergistic, but not really the made-for-each-other feeling that Archons should have towards units in their own region. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, this conclusion is reached through the comparison at speedrun level investment, and I don't think enough players are there for a conclusion like this one to be all that agreeable. Yeah, that's kind of like looking at a fucking Neuvillette speedrun, like a vape Neuvillette speedrun that doesn't use Farina and being like, well, Farina's not that good for Neuvillette. Like to me, that's like kind of. I feel like I don't know about that one. I don't agree with that. Navia. Another top DPS, and this time Mavuika is bidding for the role of Crystallize Applier. So is Mavuika's 2U every 2 seconds good enough for Navia? The answer to that is yeah. You're not... yeah. Yeah, it is. But... is that enough? Crystallize consumes 0.5 UR per second. Mavuika applies 1 U every 2 seconds, so this is just enough, theoretically speaking, for Navia to get all the crystals she needs. We'll still have to test it in game, but I think it'll work out just fine for Navia, Xiangling, Bennett, Mavuika. Mavuika benefits from having both Xiangling and Bennett. Her burst is doing good damage, but Mavuika only thing is it isn't as melt, but Mavuika only melts on her main DPS team. Cooldown are really nice for Navia too. 15 seconds tap E is much more compatible with Navia's fast-paced playstyle compared to Xiangling's super slow 20 seconds. Field time is not really much of an issue either. Mavuika's only taking 1 second for tap E and 2.8 for Q. Xiangling, in contrast, requires 1 second for tap E and 2 seconds for Q, an additional 1 to 2 seconds of hidden funnel time, because you need to feed her from Bennett or the chef can't burst at all. Mavuika should tap E before casting Bennett's burst, thus preserving uptime. Navia herself doesn't require much Bennett buff time. All she wants is 2 to 3 Gumbrellas. Her normal attacks are somewhat flexible / optional. So I don't think there's much issue in terms of playing the rotation, and since Mavuika's properly buffed, her damage should also surpass Xiangling in this team. Okay, I don't know how much of a hot take this is, but I feel like if you're playing Navia with Mavuika, you probably don't spend that much time on Navia. Like, in my mind, you swap to Navia, you do tap E, hold E, and you swap out. So that you can spend some time charge attacking with Mavuika. Like you'll get like at least 3 bullets for the first E from your burst hits, and like the 1 crystallize you picked up from like when you used Xiangling. So your first hit is going to be enough damage, and then you hold E to pick up whatever other crystals are on the ground, and hopefully that's at least 3 as well. And honestly, you've got most of Navia's damage already. Emblem Navia? No, definitely not. But Golden Troop Navia, maybe. Petra Navia? Maybe you're cooking a bit too much now. maybe not. I don't know about that one, Chief. What does the post say Xiangling needs 4 to 5 seconds of field time? If you're swapping into her in order to battery her, that's kind of what you need, yeah. Just book. You're so right. How didn't I think of that, dude? Holy fuck. On a final note, Xiangling should use Cinder City while Mavuika should use Obsidian Codex in this team. Yup. Verdict, the Pyro Archon is most likely the best in slot teammate for Navia, and Navia, Mavuika, Bennett, Xiangling is also most likely to be Navia's new best team, yeah. The main thing is, I think Mavuika will be outright unusable in Navia teams if you don't have Xiangling. Which is going to be a theme going forward. But not for this! Overload! ChesseBurgers. Not a specific DPS, but a whole family of DPS, all of which are supported by the powerful Overload support ChesseBurgers. Any Pyro / Electro DPS, including Arlecchino, Linny, Client, Uemia, among others. Among us. Sorry. Mavuika can be a Cinder City plus Pyro applier for Overload teams that use an Electro DPS. For example, Client ChesseBurgers official Mavuika. So she would replace Xiangling in that team. Mavuika supplies the trigger that's needed to maintain ChesseBurgers' 40% shred, but her burst is somewhat lacking in buffs, and we already know it has a long animation. For this reason, I would prefer to make another substitution, Client ChesseBurgers Auroron Mavuika. So swapping official Xiangling for Auroron Mavuika. We have Auroron to generate Fighting Spirit for Mavuika. He also can equip Elegy for the end in Cinder City. With Auroron on Cinder City, we can upgrade Mavuika's personal damage with Obsidian Codex, and Auroron will also be supplying energy for Clarine's Burst. It's also quite amusing that there's no Electrocharge going on, but Auroron's kit reads Electrocharge or Night Solar Line damage. Mavuika by herself has the ability to fully empower Auroron's Hypersense. The problem is that's just not really that good. How about Arlecchino Overload? This is also interesting because we have a potential dual DPS angle. Arlecchino takes time to stack. Arlecchino takes time to stack Bond of Life. She doesn't usually reach max Bond of Life until the second or third rotation. Mavuika herself also takes time to stack Fighting Spirit. Mavuika off-field plus Auroron alone won't be enough to reach 200. What if we do Arlecchino ChesseBurgers Auroron Mavuika, letting both main DPSs cook into their maximum state, only using one of them per rotation? I'd say this is a very intriguing concept, even if it may be the highest cheating team for either one. I do agree with that. I do think it's interesting. I don't like it very much, but I do think it's really cool. Only problem with this dual DPS idea is that probably Spiral Abyss ends before we can get enough rotations. The enemy only has so much HP, so maybe this team is better for local legends instead, or infinite wave spawn events. So basically, you're restricting yourself to a 3-unit team, but your carry gets replaced with 200% Bond of Life Arlecchino every other rotation. The problem with that is that that's kind of fake, because Arlecchino's skill cooldown being a reasonable length is reliant on her actually normal attacking. Otherwise it's 30 seconds, which is way too fucking long. Verdict, Mavuika unlocks many new Overload teams, especially in conjunction with Auroron. I have only scratched the surface, but ChesseBurgers Auroron Mavuika seems like a handy starter pack to fit in any Electro or Pyro DPS of your choice. I don't really agree with that, honestly. I'm not a fan of Mavuika as a support in ChesseBurgers team so far. And it's mainly a result of Auroron being kind of not great in that kind of team. I can see it being good eventually when we have a better Electro slot than Auroron, but right now I'm not a fan. I feel like if you're playing an Electro carry, you'd rather run Xiangling over Mavuika, especially now that they've fucking omega fucking turbo buffed EM Xiangling and Overload teams. Look at this. What's that? What about it? Chinese doing so, yeah. Like the reaction changes. Turbo buffed EM Xiangling in Overload teams to the point that I don't know. Oh well. Oh well. Kanich, please check the minus 15k. Oh, that's so good. What the fuck? Dude, your minus 15ks today have been so good, actually. That's kind of crazy. You've given me some good fucking shit today. Ugh. There's an issue with Mavuika not triggering Kanich in rotation too. Oh. Haha! Bavardage! Mavuika not triggering Kanich. Haha! Kanich has thick skin. He doesn't get triggered by Mavuika. True. What's that? You have a well-reasoned and thought out fucking 18 pages post describing pros and cons of Mavuika? Well, fucking minor spelling mistake, bozo. Anyways, which is why configuration of Kanich, Deepwood, Midi, Cinder, Mavuika, and Bennett is sus for long fights, but if the fights are not long, or if Abyss is multi-wave, this combination is Kanich's new best team. Otherwise, the team can be altered to Kanich, Reverie, Emily, Deepwood, Mavuika, Bennett. Yeah, okay. Is more stable. We don't have to worry about the Cinder proc issue, but in turn, Mavuika's damage drops drastically, since Deepwood is just terrible for her personal output. It's not that drastic. You just lose out on 40% damage. I mean, sure. In such situations, even a C2 Daya on Deepwood might be preferred over a C0 Mavuika, since Daya's uptime goes from 12 to 18 seconds, and people might be able to get Daya either from the yearly selector or from losing 50/50s. One day I'll get C2 Daya, chat! And then a day, 1 year later, I'll get C3 Daya. And then a day, 1 year later, I'll get C4 Daya. And then a day, a year later, I'll get C5 Daya. And then a day, a year later, I'll get C6 Daya. And then I'll play her as a carry, and it's gonna be so fun. Roll for Zhongli now? No. Kanich is a time hog, and the team already struggles to squeeze all of Kanich's uptime plus immediate burst into Bennett buff window. Thus, Mavuika's long 2.8 second burst is going to be a struggle to fit in. So I think we should burst every 2 rotations or a quick shortcut to nuke waves of low HP enemies. Verdict, Mavuika plus Kinesian is somewhat synergistic, but strangely enough, once again, the synergy between an Atlantean and its Archon is not as perfect as it could have been. Yeah, that's fair. Chaska wants teams that are Pyro, Electro, Hydro, and Cryo, and also non-repeating ones. Our current best team is Bennett, Farina, and Auron, which satisfies the one of each condition. When Citlali releases, it's likely that her best team becomes Chaska, Bennett, Farina, Citlali. You might notice one common trend: there's no room for Mavuika. I don't really agree with that. I think there is room for Mavuika in this team. I think the Farina Citlali combo is omega overrated. I don't think it's bad, but I do think people are way too optimistic about it. For the same reason why, currently, Bennett Xiangling Farina is, like, about as good as Bennett Auron Farina. I do not expect Mavuika to be a character you want to stay away from on Chaska. Chaska needs the attack buff from Bennett. He is also healing to generate fanfare stacks for Farina. Adding a second Pyro is just a DPS loss because it no longer satisfies one of each element, and thus there's no place for Mavuika in a Chaska team. I mean, I don't think that's true. Like, again, yeah, it would be ideal if you didn't need to have two Pyro characters, but Pyro, like, having teams with two Pyro characters on Chaska aren't inherently bad teams. I think this was probably something that was dismissed a bit too quickly. I think this is better than they're giving it credit for. Less Chaska damage, more team damage? Yeah, pretty much. Although, you're reaching a situation where the best way to play the team is probably put Chaska on VV and play Mel Mavuika, but hey, that's fine. We don't talk about that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We don't. Shh. Oh well. Risley. Risley is known for his melt teams, but personally, I've never found Melt Risley to be all that. True! So true. So true, King! Since his personal DPS is on the lower side. Sure, Melt is the best way to get DPS out of Risley, but even for such cases, I've basically always preferred just kicking out Risley for the team altogether and playing a DPS with higher damage. Therefore, my preferred style is Freeze with Risley Farina, because in Freeze, he has a compelling advantage over competing DPSs to freeze lock all manner of annoying enemies, such as Consecrated Beast, blah, blah. But in terms of Melt Risley, Mavuika is competing versus Xiangling. The best performing Melt team used to be Risley, Bennett, Xiangling, Farina, which was a real RNG fest in terms of auras, but somehow works out to be his best for C0 speedruns. Farina performs better than Midi in this slot. In this team, the dominant reaction was Frozen and AoE, which means Xiangling gets forward melts, and Pyro in boss fights, which means Risley gets melts and Farina gets vapes. But because Xiangling's Pyro application is so much higher than Mavuika's, changing Xiangling to Mavuika doesn't just mean we can calc numbers on a sheet, it means the dominant aura changes completely. I think in AoE the Frozen aura is still dominant, yes. So Mavuika gets forward melts, yes. But in boss fights, Mavuika can no longer maintain Pyro, but neither can Hydro or Cryo because bosses don't freeze. And thus, actually, we're now playing a reactionless team. Verdict, Mavuika is not an upgrade for Melt Risley unless we consider a pure Melt team without Farina, but such a Melt team was not and will not be Risley's best team anyways. Also, the release of Shilonen made Freeze Risley a much more comfortable playstyle than Melt. So, I like half agree with this. I think the reality is that if you're looking at like the technical optimal way to play a team, it is very possible that Risley's best team will involve Mavuika. But it's not going to be a Risley carry team. Risley's going to be there so you can apply cryo so that you can melt Mavuika's burst. And you're going to be playing Mavuika carry. Yeah, like it's a TDDS Risley angle. Like but like that's not what people want to know, you know? Like you know, yeah. Anyways, thank you for the 6 months, Abysmal BR. Alright. Mavuika is main DPS. Mavuika is a strong main DPS that requires very high investment. Basically, her teams consist almost entirely of 5 stars, them being Mavuika, Citlali, Xilonen, Bennett/Kazuha. This team can reach up to 2 million damage per rotation, which allows it to one-rotate bosses in the Spiral Abyss, but it is also quite restrictive. Mavuika needs 200 Fighting Spirit each rotation, which her main DPS team fulfills by supplying Mavuika herself. Wait, what? This is wrong, no? That's not true. Because you generate more fighting spirit after your burst is over, no? But I guess they're going at it with the assumption that there is no enemy that exists that doesn't die in one rotation. So every chamber is a one rotation fight. So I guess, sure. Like, I guess. Kind of. I like, sure. Like, I get, you're right. Like, you're not wrong. She is that strong, but like, I don't know, man. Anyway, Citlali does also generate more than that, yeah. Because there's one of the passives wasn't taken into account here. Okay, Xilonen is important for the Shred and Cinder buff, while Citlali is important for the lesser Shred and enabling Melt. So these are very important, almost irreplaceable teammates. I disagree with that part. The almost irreplaceable. Citlali is very replaceable in her team. I think Citlali is her best reaction enabler. But from what I've looked at, I don't think she's that much better than Farina. What makes her so good is that on top of being slightly ahead of Farina in terms of damage, you also go from eating away at your own HP with Farina to not doing that and having a shield with Citlali. So he's going to be significantly better defensively. But I don't think that having both of them is necessary. Honestly, I think that Mavuika Citlali without Xilonen and Mavuika Xilonen without Citlali are both very, very solid options for Mavuika. I think double cryo teams with Citlali are going to be very strong, and I think vape teams with Farina are also going to be very strong. Even if they're not quite as good as the Xilonen plus Citlali team. Mavuika, Sucro, Citlali, Bennett sheets ahead of Farina. I mean, I'm sure it does. But, like... Ugh. Either way, my point is... I think as long as you have either Xilonen or Citlali, the difference between your performance and the best possible performance you can get won't be so big that you'll like feel bad in comparison. And because Citlali is going to be coming out on the same patch, most people are approaching this with Xilonen rather than with Citlali. I don't think there's a lot of people that are thinking of getting both Mavuika and Citlali, but didn't get Xilonen. I think the most, like, there are some people, and it's still something to mention, but I think the most important thing to mention is, like, if you already have Xilonen, you need to also get Citlali. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna be real with all of you though. Okay, in my opinion, the real optimal play, okay, the real optimal play, all right, is you play Bennett, Sucrose, Farina, okay, and you just kill the enemy in one rotation so that the lack of fighting spirit generation doesn't matter. Okay, that's the listen. Okay, all I'm saying. That's all. Play Diona, little bro. No way. That's gonna be significantly worse. Diona doesn't have enough cryo-op to melt a good amount of the hits. If she did, it would be, like, fine, but... I feel like Zajef and J-Stern switch roles this beta? Wait, why? Just melt burst and finish the chamber? True. True! Alright. Anyways, the real question is whether Mavuika needs both Xilonen and Citlali, or just either Xilonen or Citlali. Unfortunately, is 200, so the mathematics lean towards both rather than I mean, I disagree with that, but okay. Understandably, a lot of people say it's okay, Spire is easy. Yeah, I mean, that point doesn't matter to me. But I think a responsible theory crafter, as a responsible theory crafter, I should highlight that peak potential Mavuika will demand significant investment into multiple 5-star units. Okay, sure. Between Xilonen and Citlali, Xilonen is the most important one as she makes more fighting spirit and does it in a very short... So, this whole point stems from the idea that Mavuika only generates 44 fighting spirit, but that's not true. She generates 44 fighting spirit before her burst. But she starts the chamber with maxed out fighting spirit. Just like other characters start with full energy. She starts with full fighting spirit. And yeah, if you kill the enemy before the end of your rotation, you'll start the next chamber with less fighting spirit. That's true. But, like, unless you're doing a continuous speedrun, that doesn't matter. For most people, that doesn't matter. Looking at Mavuika as always generating 40s fighting spirit like this, like, I think is unreasonable. This is probably the thing I like the least so far. Because, like, this is a valid point for continuous speedruns, but it's not actually mentioned anywhere that this is specifically addressing speedruns. Citlali plus Mavuika itself is around 170 for sure if you do a full rotation. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you just don't need all of them to get most of your fighting spirit. But anyways. From what I've observed and calced, Mavuika clears significantly slower than with Farina than with... Because Meld is just a much higher multiple. I don't know. So the thing about... Also, okay. Abbreviating Farina constellations as Furrycons is probably the worst thing in this whole post. That's probably... Please never cook again, okay? Get out of the kitchen, buddy. That's too much. You went too far. You went way too far with that one. Jesus. Anyways. I do think that you'll see a pretty sizable difference in speedrunning clear times between Citlali and Mavuika teams. Because Citlali teams front load their damage a lot more, right? Like, I probably still have the sheet somewhere. Oh my god, my fucking... Open file location. Right, so this is not, like, entirely updated, but it's mostly updated, right? These are the teams that are important for this, okay? And this is half fake, so, like, I don't want to think about it too much. So it's mostly this, right? These two. Or I guess these two, because no one has TOM Farina. I guess this is probably more fair, right? And they're basically about as good at as each other. But the Citlali teams will clear faster because the setup is faster. Like your what's your fanfare assumption? I don't remember. Which one is it? This one. 250 on Farina. Yeah. I think I had it a bit lower on Mavuika, but I can't be bothered finding the sheet because that one's on a separate sheet. Way too high? I don't think that's true. Should be like 175 on my dynamic Tau. Really? This is a 2-skill Xiangling rotation that swaps into Xiangling to burst relatively early on. I mean, either way, that's not really the point. The point is, even if you like turn it down a little like that, Utayalan Farina is 175. Anyways, even if you like tune down the fanfare stacks a little, it's still not going to be that far behind. And the main difference between the two teams isn't actually going to be the actual amount of DPS. It's going to be the fact that the damage is much more front-loaded in here. Right? Because you're only getting 2 melts on your charge attacks and a melt on your initial hit here. Whereas in here, you're getting 4 vapes. What's happening is the damage on the melt is higher for this, but the damage on the non-reacted stuff is higher for this. And there's more damage from the rest of the team. In other words, you find yourself in a situation where the way that the damage is distributed over time, the peaks happen much earlier in a rotation on the Citlali team than they do on the Farina team, which will lead to practical differences that are going to make the Xiangling and Citlali teams feel a lot better. And speedrun stuff a lot faster. But it's not going to be necessary. Anyways. This is because Melt is just a much higher. Okay. The reason Mavuika is so good with Melt is that you don't have to worry about a consistent cryo aura on the enemy. Much of Mavuika's multipliers are contained in her burst alone, so even melting just the burst is good enough to make EM outperform attack on a Mavuika team. This is assuming the worst case scenario of Mavuika only melting Q initial hit and none of the motorcycle hits. In reality, we can expect 2 motorcycle charge attacks to melt, and 4 charge attack melt is the upper limit, but it is not known if this is possible. That's not true. I don't know if it's publicly known, because like I've seen some footage of it, but it wasn't posted anywhere. But I can tell you without a doubt that this is doable. Yes. I can also tell you without a doubt that it's not going to be reliable. Because I've seen some footage of it, so I know it's possible, but I've also seen a lot of people say it's not possible after testing it. Which means it's hard enough that they don't think it's possible. Citlali's Spire app is not the best, but it is strong enough to enable Mavuika to very reliably melt at least a Q initial hit. As for trying to improve melt percentage by playing double cryo, for example, Citlali plus Rosaria or Citlali plus Kea, The problem is we don't have 4 slots in a team. We only have 4 slots in a team, and no one is kicking out Xiangling or Bennett. Losing either one of these buffers means we don't gain a better DPS, even if the melt situation improves. So, that point I also kind of disagree with. Double Cryo is actually going to be pretty damn good. Like, again, it's not going to be better than using Xiangling, but it's not going to be that much worse. Because as it turns out, one, Spire Residence is kind of goated, actually. Are you very overcapped? Kind of. Don't run a crit weapon. Her weapon is a crit weapon? Well, don't get her weapon, bozo! No, but... Oh, wait, fuck. My star is gone! Uh-oh. Is there another top bank star? No, there isn't. Oh, I'm gonna have to teleport. Ew. Wait, no, there's one in Drainer Village, 459. Okay. World 459, Drainer Village. Huge. It's tier 9, so I'll be able to stay there for a while. Insane. Tier 9 star is kind of rare. Holy. Guys, I was thinking of getting R2 Sitlali weapon for Lan Yun. Any thoughts? Tink? Why R2 specifically? Because at R1 it's not better than TTDS? True! Oh. Okay. Alright. Is Mavuika the strongest main DPS? One of the insights of being both a DC and a speedrunner is knowing that sheet numbers are misleading, especially in beta, and that nothing beats hands-on experience. Mavuika is strong according to the numbers, but this does not necessarily translate to being the strongest DPS. For example, a lot of people consider Neuvillette to be the current strongest DPS, yet he is neither the highest number on a sheet, nor is he the fastest in C0 speedruns. Neuvillette is the strongest DPS, largely due to ease of use, perfect AoE, decent single target, consistency of his teams, and simplicity of his gameplay. Mavuika is not necessarily easy to play because she's limited by Bennett's Circle Impact, and her own targeting system is a donut, so it might not successfully hit all enemies in a proper AoE. Nor is she necessarily the fastest in a speedrun because her animations, as well as Sitlali's animations, are very long, and someone like Navia or Molani can go nuke next. What Mavuika does have is front load. She can front load around 600k to 1.2 mil damage in the first 11 seconds in the game. Wait, what? And that's really useful for speedruns or for taking out low HP thresholds. In comparison to Arlecchino, Mavuika appears to have more front load, although what might surprise you is that Arlecchino can also front load. Well, how can this be? Basically, Arlecchino's setup is faster, and she starts swinging before Mavuika is ready to burst. Mavuika's front load looks like a fast, big damage, but in reality it requires a long setup time and has long animations. At the end of the day, they both clear really fast, and the sheets also say they're within 10% of each other. Arlecchino does transition much more smoothly from rotation 1 to rotation 2 because you can sometimes skip rebuffing to just do each charge attack and resume normal attacks. Okay, so yeah, the main thing is, like, compared to Arlecchino, Mavuika has much more DPR, but her rotations are also longer. And so even though she has a lot more DPR, she's not necessarily that much better. I think that's the main thing to keep in mind for this. The power creep started since Fontaine, and now everyone is freaking fast. Mavuika will be really fast in Spiral Abyss, but if you've seen Arlecchino, Linny, or even Gumming and speedruns, all of them are fast. How fast is Mavuika in comparison to the roster of Pyro DPS, which are all really fast? We'll have to wait and see, but I believe that Melania is faster than Mavuika and probably significantly faster. Arlecchino, Linny are basically neck and neck with the Archon. Navi and Navidad are slower. Everyone else is slower than those. At, like, speedrun level investment, that's true. Sure. Probably. I mean, it depends on how much HP the things have, right? And if they keep making characters as strong as this, they're probably going to increase enemy HP in Abyss as well. And so, those rankings are going to change accordingly. They already are, yeah, that's true. But characters that are good due to their front load start becoming less good when enemy HP gets so fucking high that front-loading one rotation's worth of damage, even at speedrun level investment, isn't enough to kill an enemy. Can't wait for 3 waves of triple level 100 Bs. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Can't wait. Lamau, speaking of HP inflation, Honkai Star Rail is getting its biggest HP inflation yet with 3.0. That's actually true, chat. If you don't believe me, look up Honkai Star Rail inflation. No, I'm not. No, I'm sorry. I take it back. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. No. Look at the graph. Jesus fucking Christ. You know what the biggest difference between HP threshold increases in Star Rail and in Genshin is? The biggest difference is that Genshin has actual gameplay that has room for you to fuck up. With Star Rail, as long as you have decent builds, you could put a fucking monkey at the keyboard and they'd figure it out. And like, yeah, they wouldn't play perfectly. But like, a strong enough account can autoplay the content. You know? And what that means is that if they want to keep selling new units, just like a slight HP increase, like it doesn't work, man. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Turning-based gameplay is great when it's strategy-based, but not when it's combined with gacha / pay-to-win. Yeah, exactly. Oh well. Conclusion! Mavuika as a support is an undisputed upgrade to Navia, a quality of life upgrade to Molani, a situational upgrade to Kanich, and fits well into teams with ChesseBurgers, Oron, Chalonen, or Bennett as a generalized pyro applier. As a main DPS, her best team is Mavuika, Chalonen, Siglali, and Bennett, although assembling this team might be challenging as their banners are near to each other. Ultimately, I'd rate Mavuika to be a 6 out of 10 for pull value, lower than what an Archon usually scores, but a decent unit nonetheless. Just know one that breaks the meta or is a must pull. Just for comparison, Chalonen is a 9 out of 10, Farina is a 10 out of 10, Nahida was an 8, but has also dropped to a 6. Looking at speedrun level stuff, that's fair. Nahida 6. Again, right, like, I don't like that this post only disclaims that they're talking about speedrunning stuff under the Molani section. I feel like most of what they've said, if not all that they've said, unless, like, specifically mentioned otherwise, has been looking at it from a speedrun perspective. And from a speedrun perspective, I think this is an entirely reasonable conclusion. For power application being 2 seconds limits Mavuika against Hydro, Cryo, Electro, Herald, Lectors, and Abyss Mages. I mean, I guess. But like, when you need to break an elemental shield that is weak to Pyro, why don't you just on-field her? You know, like... I don't know. Anyways, you know what, chat? I still haven't spent my resin. I didn't even think to do that today. That's crazy. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 44 minutes, and I haven't even felt like spending my resin yet. Isn't that insane? Thank you, Reddit. I think I'll do the event tomorrow. 3 hours on that one Reddit post? No. We went through more than one Reddit post.
Add Astra
Wait, that's not what I want to do. You know, chat? I didn't actually eat anything yesterday. So I was like...
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
So, many of you guys may be aware that, I mean, if you were there yesterday, I woke up at like fucking 10 p.m. the day before, and my sleep schedule was kind of all over the place. And last night I was like, or I guess, and yesterday after stream I was like, okay, I'm gonna make it until dinner, then I'll eat, and then I'll go to bed. And then I got to dinner time, and I was like, I'm kind of hungry, but I've consistently done a short workout while my water was getting brought to a boil ever since I started my diet. So if I go downstairs to make myself some dinner, I'm gonna have to work out. But I'm tired, so I don't wanna. And then I kind of fell asleep by accident. Then I woke up at like 2 a.m. and I was like, fuck. Well, we're the next day now, so I guess I'll just eat tonight. I'm not that hungry. So it is what it is, I guess. Wait. Alright, now we'll...
Thank you.
You didn't need to avoid your self-imposed problem? Yes, but the reason I did that is because I know. The day I start... The day I make one exception of doing a workout while I'm boiling my water is the day I will never do a workout while boiling my water again. Like, I know how my brain works. I know if I make an exception once, I'll never do it again. And so I'd rather just skip eating altogether. I mean, okay, if I went into it not like not sleep deprived, I probably would have just worked out anyways. Maybe done a lighter workout, but at least a workout. But would be rare because you eat a lot for dinner. No, I always eat the same thing. Although my diet has been a little fucked for like the last couple of weeks because I've been on the OSRS grind and I didn't want to go downstairs to spend the time to make some food, so I just ordered stuff. But now that the like relic rush is over and I'm starting to get burnt out of leagues, I'm going back to it. But I eat the same thing every day. Outside of the times I've cheated since the OSRS, the start of Leagues 5 on OSRS, for like almost 2 months, my diet has been 1 pack of Mr. Noodle ramen, 1 or 2 slices of Kraft cheese, like the Kraft singles, and 2 eggs. Spend the resin. I already made condensed resin. It's over. I'll spend it tomorrow. Vitamins. I also take a multivitamin as well as a glass of tomato juice. There have to be healthier diets than ramen. Okay, but what diet is as great of a combination of incredibly cheap, incredibly low effort, and massive calorie deficit than what I'm doing? And it doesn't taste like shit. Fruit salad? Okay, fruit salad is not very conductive to weight loss. Fruit in general is not very conductive to weight loss. That's not to say fruit isn't healthy. But healthy and conductive to weight loss aren't the same thing. Things can be healthy even if they're not part of a diet that you should do if what you're aiming for is losing weight. Because at the end of the day, you're not supposed to lose weight every day from the day you're born until the day you die. Otherwise, something's wrong. What, like, losing weight is something you do when you're overweight, not when you're at a good, healthy weight. How do you cope with the hunger while getting a new diet? Sparkling water. And pacing around my house. Those are the two ways I cope with being hungry. And that sounds like ED speedrun. If I didn't love food as much as I do, it probably would be. The reason I'm sticking to my diet is because I actually do need to lose weight, and I know that my brain isn't strong enough to be able to sustain a long-term slow diet, because if I don't actually manage to see my progress, I won't be able to stick to my diet. The only way I can diet is in an extreme way, because otherwise the progress is too slow, and psychologically I just can't maintain it. And, like, obviously, that's not as healthy as going on a, like, relatively low-calorie deficit diet where you're getting proper nutrients. But I'm not just losing weight because I'm at an unhealthy weight. I'm also losing weight because I want to look better. And... yeah. You already look good. Honestly, I think most people don't realize how overweight I was when I started my diet, because my camera cuts off at the shoulders. But, like, I have lost a very significant amount of weight already. I don't know exactly how much, because I don't own a scale. But, like, you feel better? I feel so much better, yeah. So much better. It's crazy. If I wasn't... if I wasn't, like, feeling physically and mentally much better, I would have went at it a little bit more slowly. But, like, I feel better physically, I feel better psychologically, and I'm able to, like, actually visually notice the difference in weight. Will we do a before and after reveal? I didn't take a before picture, so no. But... you have a workout / meal plan for when you achieve your target weight? I don't have a specific target weight, actually. But, that's besides the point. I know I don't have a plan yet. You see a difference in your appearance? Yeah. I do. Though, the noticeable difference isn't as big as the subtle difference of me being able to fucking wear clothes I wasn't able to wear for a while. You count calories or just eat a fuck ton less? I mean, I eat the exact same thing every day, so technically I know how many calories I'm getting. But, like, it's not the same kind of counting calories that most people refer to when they talk about counting calories. What causes the weight gain? I mean, eating more calories than you spend. How long have you been on a weight loss journey? I started in the middle of October, but for the past like 2 weeks, I was kind of on a break of it because I was too addicted to video games. But now I'm resuming it. Does your energy expenditure change day by day? Not that much, honestly. Again, right? Setting aside the, like, week and a half, last 2 weeks I took off because I was addicted to RuneScape. My energy expenditure has been a little bit of pacing around the house, not much going outside, and about 50 squats and push-ups, plus anywhere between 30 and 100 sit-ups, and whatever arm exercises I do on stream every day. 50 down. Yeah, I've been doing a bit of cardio. I swapped the exercises I do from just doing push-ups to alternating between squats and push-ups until I'm out of breath. So I could work on my cardio a little bit without having to go run because I fucking hate running. And I do sets of 10 squats into 10 push-ups. At least twice a day. That's generally 40 squats, 40 push-ups, and then sometimes I do more squats or more push-ups throughout the day for some reason. Why do you hate running? Because it's boring. And also, I tend to have trouble breathing when I run outside. I don't know if it's asthma, but it's a problem I've never had when I ran on a treadmill at a gym. But when I run outside, like my throat hurts. Like, it's not my throat actually, it's my chest. It's like here-ish. But it's not just in the winter. It's also part of that. No, it's not that, like, it's in the lungs, or like the trachea. Or I don't know exactly where. I don't know exactly what part of your body it is, but it's like the very, very back of your throat gets like a sharp pain that just stays until I manage to catch my breath properly. You got it checked out by a doctor a long time ago, and they said it might be asthma, and they gave me an inhaler to like see if it would do anything, and then I just didn't run, so I didn't end up using it or testing it, so I don't know. But either way, like, it's not that I dislike cardio as a whole, I just, like, really fucking dislike running. But I could get a treadmill. Maybe that's what I should do, honestly. Like, I've been thinking about getting a treadmill. It's just, treadmills are expensive. So, I don't know. Walking is ultimately the better alternative. Yeah, but, like, walking is so boring. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem. Walking is just so fucking boring. You don't like running, treadmill won't be of any help. But it's fine, because I can go on a treadmill while watching something. Walk with a friend? What, you think I have friends? Nice one, buddy. Maybe I could go and walk with my mom. Maybe that's the play. Do it? Maybe. I don't know, it's also like... I don't know. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we'll do the event properly. We'll maybe do only Ask Zajef, perhaps. The day after, we'll see if there are any Mavuika changes. If there aren't, we might actually go about recording the pre-release already. So we'll have to see how that goes. I believe I have a video to post. I'm not 100% sure, because I kind of forgot to tell the editors, but the editors sent me a DM, like, yesterday and said that they were done editing it. But, like, they didn't need to be told, they just did it. That was Pog. Yeah, it is... Yeah, this title won't do, though.
I see the value in my own
Will Neuvillette survive Natlan? Question mark. Alright, video has been posted as usual. If you find it through YouTube, it helps with the algorithm more. But otherwise, here is the link. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.